Kia ora, good morning. So we are at 9:15, so I'm going to reopen the meeting, reconvene the meeting that we adjourned yesterday afternoon, ready for our second day of hearings on the Smart Growth strategy. Unfortunately, I'm in a position where I'm going to have to open the meeting and then immediately adjourn. Reason being that we're waiting on one panel member, one of our advisors, but more relevantly, a number of submitters. My understanding is that there's been some traffic congestion this morning, which has caused people some delay in getting here. As soon as we've got submitters who are ready to start presenting, we'll reconvene the meeting. But for the moment, I'll adjourn the meeting until we're at that point. So thank you, and hopefully we'll be able to get underway in maybe 10 or 15 minutes' time. So we'll reopen the meeting, and we're now in a position where we've got submitters ready to present. So I would call Landplay Limited to the table. And this is submission number 79 that can be found on page 259. So welcome to the table, good to have you with us. And we've obviously got your original written submission and the supplementary information that's been distributed as well. So thank you for that. Now you've got half an hour for this submission to use as you wish. And if you wanted to leave time for questions at the end, that could well be useful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, panel members and councillors, thanks for making this available for us to present today. So here with me, I've got the representative of the landowner group and the landowner himself, Chris Thompson. I'll run through my submission, and then Chris has got some things he'd like to talk through as well. And at any stage, feel free to just stop us if you want us to expand on any point we're making. So I'll just work through my submission. So there's 4 documents which I've included. One is what I'm going to read through today. The second one in the bundle is a conceptual master plan that we've prepared. The third one is a more detailed cadastral map of the landowners, which is this one here. And then the last item is just a copy of our submission we've already lodged. So, so the draft Smart Growth strategy intends to provide a 50-year direction for housing, employment and people's well-being in the sub-region of the Western Bay of Plenty. As such, we're grateful for the opportunity to present our feedback to the draft strategy in respect to the South Ohawiri area. My name is Carl Salmons. I'm a licensed surveyor and a director of Landplay and Maven, which collectively employs approximately 180 engineers, surveyors and planners across various locations in New Zealand. I've lived and worked in Tauranga since 2012 and I actually live in Ohawiri, and so I've lived in Oropi the whole time. Much of my career has been focused on land development and in particular rural and lifestyle subdivision. I've been involved in numerous small and large scale conservation based subdivision projects, protecting thousands of hectares of indigenous bush, wetland in the course of delivering rural subdivision. In the Western Bay sub-region, I've been the lead subdivision consultant on developments, creating approximately 1,000 new titles in the last 10 years. So Landplay collaborates with landowners and councils at an early stage in a development cycle to identify short and long-term development potential and help them develop a vision for the development and build a strategy to unlock this in a sustainable manner. And then Maven provides for the planning, surveying and engineering support to bring these strategies and master plans to fruition. Now, the Smart Growth strategy is a visionary document which does a good job of, in my opinion, weaving together a very complex set of challenges and opportunities to respond to current issues and set a blueprint for future generations. A visionary document such as this, for it to be truly robust and represent the views of the community, relies on genuine community engagement. Given its proximity to the Waikato and Auckland, the port, its gentle climate, outstanding harbour and stunning coast, I believe Tauranga, and more broadly the Western Bay of Plenty sub-region has a great deal of potential to become a leading New Zealand and South Pacific city, and that we need to embrace growth of the city in various forms for that to be achieved. So our companies have been working with a group of landowners in rural Ohawiri who own land immediately to the south of the urban limit and also the city and Western Bay boundary. So we've been working with them to explore long-term opportunities for development of their land. Stemming from early inquiries, from the landowner Chris Thompson to my right into development potential for his property. The group of interested landowners grew quickly. So the journey so far has involved a development of a high-level master plan, numerous meetings with representatives of the Western Bay of Plenty District, Tauranga City, and Bay of Plenty Regional Councils, various submissions to their plan change documents over the last 3 years. In our most recent meetings with the councils, we were encouraged to put forward submissions to the 2023 Smart Growth Strategy, which is seen, and it is the preceding document to growth in the Western Bay of Plenty sub-region. So, as I mentioned earlier, a map of the landowners who are party to the submission is enclosed. So if we wouldn't mind turning to that A3, this one here, you can see we've added a few things to this map which helps just to put it into context. So you can see the city boundary just to the north, and then all of the land that is coloured south of the city boundary represents the landowner group that are here today. And you see upper Ohauidi Road running through the middle. Ohauidi Hall is right in the centre of everything. And you can see the cadastral boundaries that are there now. So it's already quite a fragmented area with what you'd call ribbon development off upper Ohauidi Road. So broadly, the area is in between Pukimapu and Kairimako to the east. You'll see along this southern side, and I'll talk to this a bit more later, we've shown a potential east-west transport link. I'll talk to that in more detail soon. So TCC commissioned a Welcome Bay and Ohauidi planning study in 2020, which canvassed a number of issues that are relevant to the submission. I've got a copy here if anyone wants to see it. However, it didn't extend beyond the TCC boundary other than making a passing reference to the fact that the land west of Upper Ohauidi Road, included within this landowner group, was included as a future urban growth area. So that for a long time, councils have been anticipating some of this land being rezoned actually urban. Now, so next section, point 11, the land. So Ohauidi occupies the north-south ridge, generally bounded by the Waimapu stream to the west and the Kairimako stream to the east and north. The land generally slopes to the north, actually, towards Tauranga Harbour with a north-facing aspect. Further to the west, the ridges occupied by Oropi and then Paispa Roads, and to the east, obviously, is Welcome Bay and Kairimako. And so the land relevant to the submission is variable in topography from broad, relatively flat areas through to steep gullies. It's primarily in cattle grazing, with only minimal areas of horticulture, unlike the rural land around Te Puke and Katikati. Lifestyle blocks are being created in a ribbon pattern along Upper Ohauidi Road. Like most of the land surrounding urban Tauranga, the geology comprises of a variety of volcanic ashes deposited over numerous eruptions. The ridge tops and gently sloping areas typically provide for safe and stable building sites with minimal earthworks. Interestingly, up here, the soils are, for the vast majority, classed as non-versatile, so class 4 and class 6, with only a few tiny pockets of soil that could be considered as class 3. There are some areas of plantation forestry within the area, and several landowners have undertaken substantial wetland, riparian margin, and native bush restoration projects on their land already. So development in the south of Tauranga. I'm kind of expanding a bit on this side of town because it's sort of been left out. Well, it's been lightly considered over the years from our readings. So I just wanted to work through that a little bit. So for obvious reasons, development in the south of Tauranga has followed the gentler ridges that lie north-south, comprising Paispa, Toriko, and Ohauidi. RP was investigated historically, but found to be compromised by the flood risk of the Waimapu River at its northern end, and generally narrow ridge, so it's just not that much land east to west compared to the other ridges. Welcome Bay is constrained, as you know, from substantial further development, primarily by limitations of Welcome Bay Road. In its present form, SmartGrowth favours urban growth along the two western fingers of Toriko and Paispa. And historically, as I've mentioned, Upper Ohauiri was included as a future urban zone. This has been removed in the more recent editions of SmartGrowth strategies. So Upper Ohauiri has been, in my opinion, overlooked from urbanisation, potentially due to its fragmented ownership, but also potentially because it's located in the Western Bay of Plenty district. And based on our meetings and outcomes from those meetings, the Western Bay of Plenty district were focused on other growth areas within their district, and this really wasn't a priority. However, over time, one way or another, it's lost its real character and can already be described as a lifestyle zone due to the ribbon development that's occurred off Ohauiri Road. So that leads us to an opportunity. So not often do multiple adjoining landowners, and a lot of them are here today, get together to provide a cohesive submission to a local authority requesting for their land to be considered for growth. In our view, this collaboration in Upper Ohauiri represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to augment Tauranga's housing growth with a well-planned lifestyle zone. There exists the opportunity to create 400 to 500 self-servicing lifestyle lots over 280 hectares, with areas that are also suited, subject to further investigation, to higher intensity development, such as retirement villages, schools, or more intensive urban developments. And within the submission area, 88 hectares or 32% is proposed to be in indigenous vegetation, whether existing or proposed, in the form of riparian areas, wetlands, and restored native bush. Tracks for walking and cycling in and around these areas will ensure connectivity and high quality recreation opportunities within the master planned area, catering for existing and new residents of Upper Ohauiri. Apart from the community hall, there's a lack of community infrastructure in Ohauiri, and as part of the master planning exercise, we've considered potential locations for a community hub containing commercial areas such as places for co-working, restaurant, cafe, healthcare, recreation areas, and the like. Ideally, and some of this submitter group have kind of been quite keen on this notion of being able to retire in the area. So if there was a retirement village up there, that would be well supported and be a neat environment too, with the bush and the views out to the harbour. So the development of this area is based on enhancing the ecological areas, presents an opportunity for the city to create its first ecological precinct. This allows for, in the long term, the Waimapu and the Karimako stream catchments and the Kihi stream catchment to be partially restored, and ecological corridors to follow the roads and development as the city marches to the south away from the harbour. And in the long run, that's the only place that can go. So given the views across the harbour and the central location of the submitter's land, we'd be expecting the lots to be highly prized and valuable. Design and landscaping controls will assist to ensure that architecture responds well to the ecology theme, which will result in an attractive development outcome for the city. It is important for a thriving city to provide housing choice. We see, and support that. SmartGrowth is focused on centralising development intensively around services. However, this doesn't necessarily result in development that everybody who lives in a community favours. Folk from a rural background, those with large families, all those who prefer larger lot living are part of the community. And many managers and business people who live in the city favour larger homes on larger lots on the outskirts of town. If SmartGrowth does not deliver these in a meaningful way, this will potentially affect the choices of future families who are significant contributors to the local economy. So archaeology and cultural sites. So Ohauiri has always been a significant area to the iwi and hapu of the sub-region. There's a significant pa to the west of the site, and likely many more archaeological and culturally significant sites within the submitters area, which are yet to be identified and mapped. Further work with iwi and hapu, supported by appropriate archaeological expertise, is necessary in conjunction with the development of the master plan and future plan changes. It's important to the landowner group that we get this right, and that the legacy and future aspirations of tangata whenua is woven into the eventual development outcome. So I'm going to move into infrastructure. Some of you may be interested in, okay, if that makes sense, then how do you do it? So roading infrastructure, Upper Ohauiri Road is a rural road which would require some upgrading work to service development in Ohauiri. This would include some widening, some realignments in some places, and general safety improvements. However, based on our assessment, there are no critical issues that would affect the viability of using Ohauiri Road as the primary access to these sites. Now, throughout the consultation process with Council, the desire for another east-west road joining Welcome Bay with Oropi and Pukimapu has been raised. The link through here will take some pressure off Welcome Bay Road, short-term traffic, long-term climate resilience. So Welcome Bay Road is mostly a two-way, two-lane road at or close to sea level in many places. It's hard to widen into the sea. It's expensive to raise. So it's a risk. And so as shown in our submission, there's a potential east-west link from Karimako Road through to Niwood Road, connecting to Pukimapu Road and Oropi Road. And that's best displayed in this master plan document. And if we go to the first sheet, we'll see the location. It shows where the site is in context. And to sheet number 8, which is called Road Network. Now, the dotted or dashed red line joining Karimako Road to Oropi Road via existing Niwood Road and through landowners' properties is, at a high level, a feasible road link. There are other road links, such as extending Shady Lane onto Upper Ohauiri Road, and potentially linking through from Niwood Road to Pukimapu Road. We know that TCC are currently wrestling with this in the properties to the north, trying to get a link through to Pukimapu. So this provides options and but there's a need to investigate the detail and work out the cost. So within the submission area, we've undertaken a preliminary look at potential road corridors along with connecting cycle and walking trails, which are shown on the master plan document. And these roads, paths and cycleways would be designed to suit the ultimate needs of the development. So a real theme of this called a precinct is the ability to get out of your house and walk around in the bush, go down to the creek, and walk a long distance if you wanted to. connecting to town as well. Now, stormwater management, these are all key things to consider. Now, the catchment sits above streams which drain into the Tauranga Harbour, being the Waimapu and Kaimako streams, which are very important ecological corridors through the city, and they also present flooding risk to the lower lying areas. Now, by removing all the stock or most of the stock and increasing the amount of native vegetation on the blocks and mitigating or attenuating flows of hard surfaces, you actually have the opportunity to hold water back in the catchment for longer to reduce pressure on the downstream, particularly during the larger storm events. So a lifestyle type development, generally as proposed, would reduce pressure on downstream environments. Water quality equally would be greatly improved downstream by, again, taking stock or putting riparian strips in, which has got to be seen as a good thing. Now, we've been talking to council for a while about this, and it became pretty evident pretty quickly that there wasn't a great deal of interest in organising a cross-boundary arrangement for wastewater or anything like that. So we've taken the approach at this point, and obviously it can be revisited in the future, but we've set it up so it can be self-service in terms of wastewater management. So each house will have its own septic tank, and the tank will be designed to suit whatever soils in that particular lot. If it's poor draining, it'll be you dial up the technology, you can put in a package plant or biocycle system, whereas if it's free draining, you can look at other things. So with the lot sizes in particular, it's quite possible to manage wastewater on site. I suggest that in the long run, though, there'd be a better plan would be a low pressure system with holding tanks and things that can eventually discharge over at the right time of day into the TCC network, ideally, just to minimise pressure on groundwater. So, point 35. So water supply. TCC presently operate and maintain a water reservoir within the subject area about halfway up. And it's likely that a future reservoir could be built at a higher elevation to service the entire site, also providing additional storage for TCC. It's not hard here to do this. So you can either reticulate potable water, but also catch roof water if the last year's anything to go by. There's no trouble filling your tank. Earthworks. We've tried to take a light touch approach to the way we've set up the concept, as in minimising earthworks. We don't want to cut bridges down and fill gullies, because a lot of the gullies are already planted out in native bush. But if you are going to want to create a lot of flat land for residential development, that requires quite substantial cuts here, and working in the ash material, once you get down to about 5 to 8 metres, it takes a lot longer because you've got to dry it out before you can use it as fill. So we haven't proposed a great deal of earthworks to achieve what we're trying to achieve here. So in summary, there's an overall shortfall of housing in the sub-region of the Western Bay. Additional housing in urban areas will take considerable infrastructure to activate. This land is able to be developed with relatively minor infrastructure upgrades. Further work is required to understand the detail. However, if the land is included in the SmartGrowth strategy as a growth area, this gives confidence to the landowners to continue to invest, and also signals to the councils to consider it in their growth and infrastructure plans. We're in a fortunate but temporary situation where the major landowners are all in alignment as to seeing the land rezoned to facilitate development. This enables the relatively rapid creation of 400 to 500 or more homes and community infrastructure without requiring major upgrades to infrastructure. Residential development of the submission area does not affect horticulture or large areas of versatile soils, unlike most of the other areas focused on by SmartGrowth in the Western Bay. 3 water services are able to be managed on site or by simple upgrades to existing services. There's an important opportunity to provide an east-west roading link between Welcome Bay and Oropi that does warrant further investigation. I know that Becca studied a few options in the past, and but yeah, so this keeps coming up, this one. And otherwise, roading upgrades are straightforward. Additional vehicle traffic would be imposed on the local roading network. However, this would occur over time, allowing upgrades to be investigated and made, noting that there are additional houses currently proposed in Ohoeri and within the TCC area. Ecological enhancement already commenced by the landowners provides the opportunity for the community to establish an ecological precinct or village in an ecologically important part of the city. And one of the comments that was raised recently is practically it may be easier for local government boundary to shift to incorporate the submitted land into TCC. We're not asking for that or proposing it, but it may be a better idea practically. However, to me it seems academic, as there are very few issues which require cross-boundary involvement other than straightforward collaboration. So thank you for your time hearing my submission. If we have time at the end, we can bring up Google Maps and just have a pan around and zoom into some of these key areas. But for now, I'd like to introduce Chris to say a few things.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. So I'm aware we've used a bit of time, so I'll just sort of race through my submission. Basically, my submission is in support of lifestyle blocks as a lifestyle choice. I just quickly want to talk about the difference between a rural zone and a lifestyle zone. Just want to remind everyone about the Welcome Bay and Ohoeri planning study and some of the findings that came out of that. And then also there was a SmartGrowth industrial land supply study in May this year, and there was a couple of really interesting points that came out of that for our area. And then I'll just summarize the whole thing. So I moved to Ohoeri in 2013. Prior to that, I was living in a 3-bedroom townhouse in urban Auckland with my wife and kids. So I've lived the high-density lifestyle, and we moved down here for the country lifestyle with the convenience of the city. And my wife, my kids, we all absolutely loved it. So I love that countryside living with the convenience of the city as an option. And when I was researching for this, I was reading through the district plan, and there's an interesting quote there in the rural part of it. It says, the majority of the people who live in Western Bay have chosen to live in the rural area because of the lifestyle opportunities that it provides and the proximity to urban employment opportunities. It says, demand for lifestyle development in rural areas will be ongoing. And I thought, when I first read that, I thought it was amazing. It's not some people like to live in the country. The majority of people who live in Western Bay live rurally because of the lifestyle opportunities next to the city. And that's exactly why we moved here. And talking with the various councils about this, there's a lot of people from council who also live there. Philip Martelli, who we were talking to, he lives in the Minden, and he said that this proposal reminds him of the Minden. The CEO of Western Bay, John Holyoke, when we were talking to him, he lives on a lifestyle block in Omokaroa. So I think it's very easy. I understand as a council, when you have a significant housing shortfall, you are trying to provide as much residential housing as possible for your area So it's natural to be looking for high-density urban housing in Tauriko West, Papamoa East, intensification of the peninsula. I understand all that, but I think it's important to remember the majority of the people in this region live rurally, and the demand is forecast to be ongoing. I'll just talk very quickly about the different zones. So the rural zone, Ohuiri at the moment is a rural zone. If you look once again in the district plan, it says the rural zone is characterised by versatile, productive land where rural production is the primary economic driver. So if I just think about that again, if you drive through Chipuki and you're driving through these amazing high productive orchards with these really tall shelter belts, almost as tall as buildings, and everything is immaculate, and then I think about this again, I said, the rural zone is characterised by versatile, productive land where rural production is a primary economic driver. To me, that is Te Puke. It's not Ohuiti. I am doing a subdivision myself separately on our property just to do a protection lot, and it's been approved by Western Bay. In the approval, the planner, in the summary, she says, one of the reasons it's approved is because although Ohuiti is the rural zone, and this is her exact words, it's dominated by lifestyle blocks. The point I'm trying to make here is that even though it's the rural zone, it's already dominated by lifestyle blocks. So it's not a big shift from rural to lifestyle. If you look at the lifestyle zone in the district plan, it talks about the benefits of the country and the convenience of the city. And to me, that is exactly what Ohuiti is, and that's exactly why we moved there. It also says in the district plan, lifestyle development should be channeled onto land with the following attributes. Low versatility for primary production. So that is what Ohuiti is. Ohuiti is basically steep land that by default is being grazed by cattle. And it's not for high economic return, it's more just to control the land.
We are at the half-hour point. I'll give you a little while more just to finish up because I know you've got more information.
Yeah, thank you. 2 minutes. So the other points it says for lifestyle zones, able to be readily serviced in reasonable proximity to urban centres, which we are, able to be developed in a manner that is sympathetic to the character and amenity values of the surrounding rural area. We're already lifestyle blocks, so it's already in that character. The Welcome Bay and Ohuiti planning study. This, you might already all know all the details, but this was a TCC study. It was looking at urban development in TCC area. It was $300,000 of ratepayers' money that was invested. And so you have a library of all the supporting documents that would be required to change a zone. You already have all of those documents. You've already paid for them. You already have them. The result of that was very, very positive for development in Ohuiti. And there's been zone change in Ohuiti because of that. We are in Western Bay, so that report stopped at the boundary. There was a SmartGrowth industrial land supply done in May this year. The outcomes of that, a couple of them, was a recommendation for SmartGrowth to identify and discuss broader context of our area, including the Ohuiti private plan change in TCC area, which is the one that came from that study, a resolution of access between Rosedale and Pukimapu or Oropi, potential for a new Ohuiti to Oropi road connection, investigation of a Western Corridor ring road. Basically, you can sum all those up as saying it has already been recommended to SmartGrowth that you look at our area. So you already have all the documents from the TCC study. It's already been recommended that you look at our area anyway. So, yeah, so in summary, I have read that even with all the urban growth areas that we have in Western Bay and TCC, there is still a shortfall of housing supply. So if any other areas make sense, it makes sense to progress those or investigate them. The majority of people who live in the region live in the country next to the city for the lifestyle that it provides. And we in Ohuiti are typical of that lifestyle. Yeah, we have already spoken with all the councils with this plan. This plan has been looked at a couple of years. And just to sum up from the regional council, half of the properties in this are on the regional policy statement as suitable for urban development. So this is not an area that's been plucked out of thin air. It's already an area that was identified for future development. And when the regional council looked at it, they came back and they had no opposition. That was an exact quote. They had no opposition to our plan. So, yeah, thank you for your time.
Thanks very much indeed. Now, we are going to need to bring this to a close now because we are over time. That means that we haven't got any time left for questions. However, you've given us some detailed documentation. If we did have a need for further information, obviously we can come back to you. Thanks for a detailed submission, the very detailed supplementary information provided today, and a very clear explanation of it as well. It's very valuable. Thank you. Thanks very much.
When they come back to us.
Yep.
If I could do that, thanks. It would certainly be appreciated that the advice coming back to us puts the local government boundary to one side. I'm looking for sub-regional advice. The mantra of smart growth was based on ignore the local government boundaries and what would be the most appropriate pattern for development. I've heard a few things this morning in terms of stuff stopping at the boundary either side, and that concerns me. So I just wanted to get on the record, Chair, that that advice comes back unencumbered by artificial boundaries.
And thank you for that comment. That's certainly something that I've noted, that we can definitely pick that conversation up in the time that we've got after the hearings to make sure that any advice, as you say, that comes back to us well before the deliberations is on that basis. But let's pick that up in the time that we've got after the hearings today.
Okay, thank you.
Could staff also please provide advice on the impact of RPS Plan Change 6 in relation to this matter? Thank you.
Thanks for noting that as well. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much.
So moving to our next submitter, Tauranga Crossing Limited, Mark Arbuthnot. And this is an online participation. Are we able to bring Mark in online?
Thank you very much. Hopefully, can you hear me and see me?
Yep,
Am
we
I
can
there?
indeed.
Brilliant.
Mark, thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining us. And thanks for making the effort to join us online. You've got half an hour for this submission, and if you wanted to leave some time for questions at the end, that could be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With me, I have Kirsty Dibley, who is legal counsel for Tauranga Crossing Limited, as well as Greg Akehurst, who has provided you a statement of economics evidence in addition to the feedback that you've already received. Maybe if I could pass over to Kirsty, Ms. Dibley, and Mr. Manhinnick from Russell McVeigh. Maybe they would like to kick things off.
Thanks, Mark. Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? No? Can we do it? Can the Commissioners hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and see and hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Ms. Dibley and I'm appearing on behalf of Tauranga Crossing this morning. I circulated some legal submissions last night and just wanted to check if you had received a copy of those this morning.
We've got that additional information right in front of us, so thank you.
Great, thank you. I won't take too long, given conscious that you're slightly running late with your scheduling, but we'll sort of do a brief overview of these submissions and then I'll pass to Mr. Akehurst to take you through his economic analysis, and then Mr. Arbuthnot will take you through some pending matters. In terms of section 1 of my submissions, I've provided an overview of Tauranga Crossing's operations in Tauranga. TCL is the owner and operator of a regional shopping centre, Tauranga Crossing, and a large format retail centre known as the Lifestyle Centre. Those are located at 2 and 31 Te Reko Drive, respectively. I set out there that Tauranga Crossing has undertaken a staged approach to the development of its retail centre, with stage 3 scheduled to begin in the next 12 months. Once complete, Tauranga Crossing is expected to be one of the 10 largest shopping centres in New Zealand and has a number of significant private vehicle car parking spots. Tauranga Crossing is a leading shopping centre company that has carefully designed and planned Tauranga Crossing to establish a high quality retail and services environment for the Bay of Plenty region. The commissioners will be aware that Tauranga Crossing lodged a submission on the draft strategy and sought that the strategy recognise the significant role it plays in supporting planned growth within the Western Corridor and the region more generally by identifying it as a metropolitan centre as opposed to a town centre. In terms of the key issues that my legal submissions address, and at a high level, it's the classification of Tauranga Crossing as a town centre within the commercial centre strategy, and also the importance of a more appropriate classification for Tauranga Crossing in the strategy to ensure that the centre and development of the Western Corridor isn't constrained in the future. At section 3, I set out that the draft strategy includes an indicative centres strategy, which has been based on outcomes of the UFTI and also to reflect the requirements of the national planning standards. The centre strategy identifies the Tauranga CBD as a city centre and then also a range of other commercial centres, including Tauranga Crossing as town centres. At paragraph 3.2, you'll see the definition for a town centre, which is set out in the national planning standards. And I don't propose to read that out to you, but you'll see that it's focused on sort of a smaller range of commercial, community recreation and residential activities that service the immediate and neighbouring suburbs. As is set out in Tauranga Crossing's submission, we disagree with the classification of Tauranga Crossing as a town centre, and its firm view is that Tauranga Crossing is nearest equivalent to a metropolitan centre as that term is defined in the NPS, and that definition is areas used predominantly for a broad range of commercial, community, recreation and residential activities. The zone is a focal point for sub-regional urban catchments. In our submission, there are several reasons why the classification of Tauranga Crossing as a metropolitan centre in the draft strategy is appropriate. That is because it's already operating as a sub-regional centre in the Bay of Plenty sub-region, and it's also significantly larger than the other town centres also identified in the strategy. We also consider that the proposed centre strategy doesn't describe the way in which the centre currently operates, or the city currently operates or intends to operate in the future, and also doesn't provide the flexibility for businesses to locate in an efficient manner. And in our submission, by identifying a more efficient hierarchical structure within the sub-regional node, sitting below a CBD, the journey times to meet sub-regional needs will be reduced, thereby providing a much more efficient urban form. We also consider that it's important to ensure that future development potential of Tauranga Crossing isn't constrained, given the significant growth forecast in the surrounding population and also wider sub-regional population. As will be explained by Mr. Akehurst in a bit more detail, Tauranga Crossing we consider is already operating as a metropolitan centre in the sub-region. Mr. Akehurst, amongst other things, considers that the land area footprint of Tauranga Crossing is comparable to other metropolitan centres in Auckland. And he also considers that the strong growth future outlined for the centre points to Tauranga Crossing needing to be facilitated to grow in order to maximise the ability of the centre to meet the needs of the future community as well as the current community. Mr. Akehurst also considers that it's clear the centre is meeting far more than simply the needs of the immediate neighbouring suburbs. In our submission, Tauranga Crossing is already operating as a metropolitan centre within the sub-region, and that will only be strengthened by implementation of the planned expansion of commercial space. Finally, I just wanted to touch on the importance of an appropriate classification from my perspective. We appreciate that the centre's strategy is indicative only, and that the draft strategy acknowledges that the centre's classification will be subject to, or it may be subject to change following the outcomes of plan changes to the Tauranga City Plan and Western Bay of Plenty District Plan. However, in our submission, the influence the draft strategy, once finalised, will have on future planning, policy and plan change processes under the RMA, but also other policy and investment decisions across local, regional and central government. The draft strategy should be amended to reflect the role Tauranga Crossing is playing as a metropolitan centre in the sub-region. And in our submission, that will ensure that the future development potential of the centre relative to the needs of the surrounding population and the wider sub-regional population isn't unnecessarily or unintentionally constrained. Unless there are any questions, I propose to pass to Mr. Akehurst now, and he will take you through the evidential economic basis for seeking a metropolitan centre classification, and then Mr. Arbuthnot will be able to speak to the relevant planning matters.
Thank you. So did you want to stop for questions if there are any on what's been presented so far?
Happy to answer questions now or at the end, depending on
We
what's...
might just hold all questions to the end, just to make the best use of time, if we can. So if we move to Mr. Akehurst now, as you've suggested, that would be good.
Sounds great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning. My name's Greg Akehurst. I'm Director at Market Economics. I've been called in to provide some economic advice on how the draft strategy impacts on Tauranga Crossing. My evidence focused on three key areas. So the SmartGrowth draft strategy, specifically as it relates to centres, the current role of Tauranga Crossing within that structure, and potentially the future role of Tauranga Crossing. So just by way of background, in broad terms, that the draft strategy is looking to accommodate a population of up to 400,000 over the next 50 years, or an additional 20,000 households. Much of that population will be older, and obviously by 2048, about 75% of that growth will be 65 plus, and that's going to require some changed thinking about how housing operates and also how the centre network operates. So the draft strategy recognised a centre hierarchy with only two levels: the CBD, and basically everything else has been considered as a town centre. And I'd argue that that is not actually a hierarchy, it is the absence of a hierarchy. It fails to describe how the city currently operates today, let alone how that city will evolve over the next 10 to 30 years. The draft strategy assumes that people will be prepared to take a 30 to 45-minute journey to meet their sub-regional needs. And in my opinion, this is highly inefficient. In most cities, it takes no more than 20 minutes, if not significantly less, to meet those sub-regional needs. Another drawback of this flat strategy or flat city form is that it leads to replication of offer between all of the town centres. There is no ability for some of the larger retailers to meet the wider needs of the sub-regional by providing larger outlets in sub-regional or CBD locations. In order to meet the needs of the entire population, they have to provide smaller stores, if possible, within many centres. That is an inefficient way for a city to operate. It doesn't allow for any significant agglomeration benefits where other businesses will choose to co-locate with some of the larger activities that could occur in metropolitan centres. Tauranga Crossing, despite its classification, currently operates as a sub-regional centre. It meets wider sub-regional needs, and I noticed one of the comments before we came on was about this draft strategy needs to be considered excluding the boundaries, TLA boundaries. In my evidence, I've highlighted how Tauranga Crossing, 28% of the visits to that centre come from outside of Tauranga City, TLA, whereas looking at the evidence, the information that's been provided by Tauranga City, in terms of how they've classified their centres, it is totally focused on only that which happens within Tauranga City. So Tauranga Crossing, the 28% of visits that come from outside of Tauranga City, that's twice the rate that Mount Maunganui draws from outside of Tauranga City. So it very much is operating as a sub-regional centre. It is meeting a much wider range of needs than just the immediate and local catchments. Just turning to the area, currently it's around 13 hectares of land, but that is anticipated to grow quite significantly even from Tauranga City's own evidence. They're looking at Tauranga Crossing being the fastest growing area. And whilst currently it sits just below some of the more established centres within Auckland, by the time that growth occurs, it is well within the land area provided for metropolitan centres. Therefore, there is no inefficiency associated with it being potentially constrained by land area. Now, I understand some of the constraints that have been placed on Tauranga Crossing relate to the impact on the CBD. And I've run some quick numbers, and it would require an additional 90,000 or more square metres of GFA zoned at Tauranga Crossing before there would be a 10% impact on the CBD. So in my opinion, it is not a risk that is that should result in significant constraints being placed on Tauranga Crossing. In summary, Tauranga Crossing is a preeminent centre in southern Tauranga City. It currently meets a sub-regional role. In future, that role will only expand. And in my view, it needs to be rezoned as a metropolitan centre in order to maximise the potential efficiencies within the centre network. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Mark Arbuthnot. I'm a planner with Bentley & Co. So I prepared the feedback on the draft strategy that you'll have in front of yourselves. Rather than, well, for the purposes of brevity, because appreciate the clock is ticking, rather than necessarily step through that sort of line by line, there's maybe just a few key points that maybe I'll talk to rather than necessarily read anything out from that strategy. And I guess the first point being sort of Tauranga Crossing in terms of its role and sort of reflecting on what Mr. Akehurst has been saying is that, yes, it's described as a retail centre, but in doing so, it actually has this bespoke zoning around the Tariko commercial zone. And its purpose is to provide a sub-regional centre within the city boundaries. And in those provisions themselves, presently, while it has a retail focus to it, the provisions of the plan do enable for all forms of business activities, including offices, those types of things, as well as all sort of community facilities as well as a permitted activity. So what you see presently in terms of the form of development that's there is not necessarily what could be there into the future over the next plan term. So I think that's quite important to sort of to recognise in terms of what the potential opportunity is for the centre to service a metropolitan or sub-regional catchment. And so from my perspective, when you look at the history of that property and the purpose, the intended purpose of the zone itself, which interestingly was not proposed to be changed by Plan Change 33, so the words are still in there, it's always been intended to service a sub-regional catchment. I think that's quite an important point to make. And then since that had all established, because it's quite an old centre now, or at least the zoning of it's quite a lengthy plan change to get to this point that we've got at the moment. But since that change, obviously, we've now got the Western Corridor identified as key growth area. We've got Tariko West, which is a priority development area. And there is obviously quite a significant amount of housing and employment growth forecast within the strategy for this area itself. So there is a high degree of synergy, in my opinion, in terms of the role of the centre, in terms of how it might complement and deal with this growth that is establishing in the area. Now, the key point, I suppose, in all of this as well, and when you look back, I suppose, at the HBA as well, it's reliant on, for commercial zoning or for commercial development, while it's saying there's sufficient capacity, it is relying on plan-enabled capacity rather than the availability of additional commercial land. And that's quite important, because I think within the Plan Change 33 hearings, Council had identified that there was an additional 1.5 hectares of commercial land required to facilitate the growth within the Tauranga Crossing Centre. And now, at the moment, that land doesn't exist. The centre itself has blown through its standards, so it's now beyond any gross floor area that is otherwise permitted by the plan. So it has to grow up rather than out to be able to accommodate that growth. And so my concern is then, when we look at the smart growth strategy, is that the existing classification of the town centres and grouping all of these things together, my concern is that actually there may be other centres in there that are more important in terms of accommodating that growth relative to your various growth areas. And obviously, my focus being on that western corridor than others. And I think it's very important that I think that that's recognised within this strategy. And that's for a number of reasons. And I guess one of the key reasons within that is, it does recognise, the strategy does recognise that funding is a significant risk to a lot of the growth that's forecast. And critical to that funding, I think it's important to have the right hierarchy in the centres to direct where the funding should be prioritised. So there'll be some areas that will be more important to fund for all of the infrastructure provisions than others. And I think the metropolitan centre zoning of the Tauranga commercial zone will be, or recognition as a sub-regional centre, will be very important in terms of directing where all of that funding, that infrastructure, the social infrastructure, whatever else that needs to go in and around that area, that whole Tauranga West, the Tauranga business estate, everything else that's going around there. I think that's quite important to recognise that within the strategy itself. And so, reflecting on terms of what a sub-regional centre would actually mean, to my mind, and it's building on what Mr. Akers was saying before, is that be very consistent with the principles of UFTI in terms of that provision of good access to social and economic opportunities, and that in of itself is again very consistent with the principles or the objectives of the MPSUD, particularly Objective 3 about sort of allowing or enabling of business and residential opportunity within areas that are accessible or areas that are high demand, that sort of thing as well. And so my concern is really at the moment is that without that recognition, there'll be constraints, or there's the potential to be constraints in terms of how this centre can grow, and the area can grow generally in terms of meeting that demand. And obviously, as Mr. Akers has been pointing out in his evidence, the size of the city can accommodate it as well. So it's not a situation here where we've got an issue where allowing a sub-regional centre towards the southwestern corner of the city would somehow undermine the viability of the city centre itself. So I think it's appropriate from that perspective as well. But I think that's probably, I'm just aware of the time as well, so that's probably all I have to say. I'm happy to pass it on for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much indeed. So yeah, let's move now to questions. Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Mark, just going to you. No, sorry, if I can go to Kirsty in terms of your statement, and I'm on 3.4C, where you note it's important to ensure that the development potential of the crossing is not unnecessarily constrained. I'd just be interested in terms of what you mean by that, because when I look at that particular phrase, is that really saying, well, let us do what we want to do in the crossing?
Yes, I think that is in part correct. I think that the main thing that was trying to get across there is that the draft strategy will have an influence on policy and planning documentation. And given the significant growth which is forecast in the Western Corridor, but also in sort of the sub-region more generally, and Tauranga Crossing needing to be a centre to sort of provide and service that growth, any lesser planning or enabling planning framework could potentially constrain the future development of the crossing to provide for that further growth that's anticipated.
Yeah, and thanks. And just maybe just to add to that as well, Kirsty, I mean, I don't think it's the contention that it should be open slather in terms of no provisions. So as I see it, you know, while this is the strategy that will inform future plan changes and particularly the Tauranga City Plan, which will be coming up for review next year. And so, yes, inherently there will be constraints in a way in terms of height, or there may be traffic generational matters that need to be addressed. And, you know, all of those things I think can be appropriately dealt with at the city plan, you know, preparation stage. It's more getting the basic principles correct at the strategy to give that direction in terms of where it needs to go.
So just a question to you, Mark. You indicated that, and certainly it's covered off also in the legal submissions, in terms of let's note it as a metropolitan centre. Really a question though to you is, why wouldn't we, and I'm talking about the Smart Growth Partnership, wait until a commercial and business hierarchy work was undertaken with the appropriate evidence to support that? Because when I look at the list of town centres, there may well be other town centres that might have an appropriate metropolitan centre or some other classification within that hierarchy. And just before you respond, I'm also well aware of a situation over in the Waikato, and this is some years ago, where there was evidence to say that the development of the base would not have essentially an economic impact on the Hamilton CBD. So I just have some matters or concerns about proceeding until we actually have a sub-regional hierarchy in place. Because whilst the district plan may do some things, that's for the city, and also the district plan for the Western Bay. Essentially, they are two different documents. Well, they are. So I'd just be interested in your views on those matters.
Yes, and thank you. I guess my primary concern with the wait and see approach is that obviously the growth strategy is also the FDS. And the FDS, by reference, incorporates the growth strategy and of the, you know, and all the rest of it. So it's in there within the FDS itself. Now, the FDS is something that councils have to have regard to when they're preparing their planning documents. And so my concern is that if you don't address it at this earlier stage, then it's not providing the right sort of guidance to the territorial authorities, the local authorities, as to how they might then prepare, or how they should be preparing their respective plan changes as well. And recognize that, you know, it does say that, you know, further work is required. So, I mean, it's quite upfront about it, I think, the strategy, in terms of saying, acknowledging that there is further work to be done. But I think the path to do that is through the implementation plan rather than through the FDS. And I've got concerns with, are we then going to go to the city? Are we then going to go to the territorial to do the work that will then inform the FDS that they have to have regard to, if you see what I mean? So I think it's important that it's done at an earlier stage rather than pushing that down to the local authorities themselves when they're preparing their plan changes.
A I suppose just the concern I have is that potentially we end up being driven by process as opposed to what is the best policy framework for the sub-region. So
Yep.
I'll just leave it at that.
Can
Thank
I
you very
just
much.
add?
Some-
Sorry, can I
Yep,
just
go
add,
ahead, go ahead.
add one point into there? I was heavily involved in the base analysis 20 some years ago in Hamilton, and I gave evidence on behalf of some retail operators that opposed the base going in. The work that I did showed that the base would have a significant detrimental impact on the CBD, and that is proven to be the case. Unfortunately, the court found not in my favour. I'd like to highlight that this is a very different situation to what occurred in Hamilton 20 years ago. So I really don't think that Tauranga City needs to have the same level of concern as Hamilton should have had at the time.
Yep, I'd be really keen for the panel to pick this up after the hearings and to get some staff advice on the reasonably complex matters, particularly around timing, that have been raised. So if we can just make a note of that as something that we pick up in our later discussions, that would be good. Are there any further questions for our submitters at this time? No further questions?
I'd just like to make it, and thanks, Greg. I do acknowledge in terms of who gave evidence and what the various positions were. So no, I just acknowledge that. I wasn't taking making it difficult or taking a look at you in particular.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So look, thanks for your detailed submission, for the supplementary information which has been provided. It's very clear what your request is and what your approach is. You've heard the commitment that we'll have a look at that. And thanks for your time presenting to us this morning. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that now brings us pretty much on time, actually, to our morning tea break. So I'll adjourn the meeting until 10, what have we got? 10:50 for our next submitter. So adjourn until 10:50. Thank you. All right, so we'll reconvene the meeting and we will come back, in fact, to the people that would have been our first submitters of the morning. And pleased to have been able to defer the submission until now. So Des and Fitiora, if you'd like to join us, please. Or, yep, that's great. And Pierre, if you want to say a few words at this point as well. Up to this table here. Thank you.
Morena tātou, tuatahira e mihi nei ki a kōrua, ki a koe oki nei e whitiora, Ngāti Kāhu, Manga Tawa, tēnei hoki rā te mihi nei i a koe, I hara mai nei kei mua te aroaro o tēnei komiti, e whakahaere nei ki tēnei kōrero e pāna nei i tā tātou nei māhere arohe no reira na mihi hoki nei i a koe, i taku whanaunga tuakana hoki, mai hoki nei ki a tāua no hoki, nai te ahi nā te he, aro hoki nei i nā kāinga kei wanganui ki a tāua nei no reira, na mihi kauana, na mihi ana hoki rā i tā tātou nei whānau e tuana ki runga i te huarahi, hei kawe hoki rā i nā moimoia ki a tātou nei, ki a tūranga tira ai tātou nei. Anō reira, tēnei hoki rā te mihi nei ki a tātou, kua haere hoki rā i nā karakia i nā nahi, ki te haere tonu nei te wairua kei wanganui ki tēnei whare ki a tātou nei. Anō reira, tēnei hoki rā te mihi nei ki a kōrua, nau mai hara mai, whakatau mai hoki nei ki tēnei hui huinga. Nō reira, tēnā kōrua, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you very much. So you've got 10 minutes for this submission, and if you wanted to leave some time for questions at the end, that's your choice as well. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Tīseki e tōku ingoa, Ngāti He, Ngāti Ahi Ngā Hapu, Mangatapu, Haureni Marae. I'm also a representative for Ngāti Rangi Nui, iwi, with the councils. Just by way of introduction, I'm here with Whitiora. We both participate at the Combined Tangata Whenua Forum level and the respective city council levels as iwi representatives and partners to the SmartGrowth. So pretty much have 3 points that I'd like to raise in this submission, and just like to check to see if the submission content, which is a presentation toning the City Council around the municipal water supply, is take it as being read.
Yep.
So with that regard, I'd like to probably provide our, as the partner, the Tangata Whenua framework to that kōrero, because there is very much some mutual concerns around risks and some of the solutions around the objectives around a sustainable water supply can be met if we're able to work together with our tangata whenua perspective. And I'd like to start with that perspective based on our values, principles and beliefs, and in particular our kōrero pūrākau. And then I'll go into to look, and I'll mention it now, to provide the opportunity, representation, and the process of appointing representation of tangata whenua is very important. And I do note that I'm here, we work together as iwi in this particular regard, so that I could relieve Whiti to fulfil his obligations to be on and be with the panel in the deliberation. So I ask that that's considered during this, because it's important that we're fully represented. We actually put a good case forward to have that, and I'd like to see if that can be maintained. So I'd like to go back to, you may have heard heard it before, and it's the kōrero, the legend of Mauao. And it's a value and belief that our ancestors as tangata whenua, along with many other legends, used to frame their aspects and how they interact, or how we interact with the taiao, and especially our fundamentals when it comes to catchments, which is our pepeha, our maunga, our awa, and our moana. So a long time ago, there were three maunga. One particular maunga who had no name, was not really noted, had feelings for a nice maunga by the name of Pūwhenua, and she was adorned in all the lovely ferns and trees and birds. And this nameless maunga actually made advances towards her, and then she rejected him. And she rejected him because she was already in love and betrothed to Ōtāne Wainuku. And Ōtāne Wainuku had the mighty trees, as if you have a chance to go up, you might be able to see some of what our earlier ancestors revered, and that handed down through to successive generations, and we still have this pristine forest to an extent, especially these large trees for once, and the multitudes of all the biodiversity and the connectivity with our awa. And those are our waterways and our pepeha. So Ōtāne Wainuku, with his greatness, obviously had won the hearts and minds of Pūwhenua, and she responded to this nameless maunga through rejection. So he decided to, well I say he, because that's how it's said in the personification of our maunga in this context, to come out of the realm of light and go into the realm of darkness, haole te tini te pō, and be with Tangaro in the depths of the sea. So he called upon the Patu Paerehe, the mystical people of the night, and they wove all these fibres out of the forest and dragged them. And in his grief, he created this awa. It's known as the Waimapu. And this is told in the chant of the Patu Paerehe. In the direct person, you may hear the tamariki sing it as a waiata now at school, e hika tūake. And as this maunga approached the sea, he could feel the salt spray, and he really started to feel sad, and so did the Patu Paerehe. And because what had happened is the dawn arose, and they had to flee, say farewell, and return back to the hautere, up into the bush. So he was left there and caught by the rays of the sun, and that's how we remember that name, Mauao. And he is now, I suppose, in our pepeha for Tauranga Moana, the maunga, or our pepeha, ko Mauao te maunga, ko Tauranga te Moana. And when you look at that legend, we all hear about all these new strategies and regimes about mountains to the sea for conservation. It's nothing new. The values in there, the frameworks are there. And I believe that we need a lot more of this influence on the long-term planning, because this is how my ancestors, this is the information and the beliefs that they used to occupy for so long. And we need to bring this information and knowledge into the forefront if we're going to think about being smart with our growth into the next 50 years. And when you look at Ōtāne Wainuku, Wainuku was the many catchments, and Tauranga City Council have been successive to previous municipal supply regimes where they've looked at Ōtāne Wainuku as the water source. Te Rerenga, Waiari, they all come from Ōtāne Wainuku. The Waiorohi, your Oropi station. Waimapu land was taken but never used, and the Toto. So they reach out into the catchments of the Kopurerirua, the Waimapu, and across over there to the Kaituna. And each particular sub-catchment is pretty much, there's the pepeha attached with marae and hapu. And where is their voice in what constrains growth in a catchment is water. So it's really important to have a tangata whenua framework, frame these and have some equity around the contribution around knowledge and information as well as decision making, because you know, we're working within, I'm going into some of the risk factors now. We don't know how much water there is, and that's kind of alluded to in the Taonga City Council report. There's various modelling around groundwater, and I've looked at a few surface water modelling, all for consent purposes to mitigate effects of current activities, not for growth. And it's like the fish in the sea. No one really knows how much there is, but they're giving out quantums or allocations of amounts or quotas. And the other aspect in relation to, you know, going to be smart with our growth is the intensity of the growth and the pressure it puts on our natural resources, especially the water. And that is a risk. That is a risk. And when you look at the wider catchment of Otani Wainuku, just as the water supply, that catchment, the physical catchments itself, is going outside to supply alternative catchments. And then we run into issues of wastewater, because a lot of our municipal water supply is used for wastewater. And it goes from one catchment, from one suburb, you're growing on a two-dimensional plane, and it's all ending up back to where the source ends up eventually. So we need to look at ways of reusing wastewater. We've got technology, rather than keep drawing on our natural resources of water. And also look at the sustainable management of this treated municipal supply water, you know, flushing it away, and yeah, there's other ways that could be done, either through building regulation. So there needs to be a bottom line for a water resource, and it needs to have that tangata whenua perspective. For Tauranga, it can't, and the wider sub-region, you can't go past Otani Wainuku. And when you read some of those elements, I met the author of this when he first got up there in the Otani Wainuku, working in around, we've got land there, and we've met him through our land neighbouring relationship around mutual concerns over the conservation of the area and access in Wāhi Tapu. And he's from a long way away, and he's actually, over the time, he's seen a few things that are unexplained, and he's actually put together what I feel is probably the best localised I could relate with presentation around Te Mana o Te Wai from an outside perspective. And he got challenged for the first 2 minutes in his presentation to us as an iwi-led Mana o Te Wai hikoi, and he really won the hearts of the people of what he had to say and his concerns. So that's why that report features, and we never had enough time to actually delve into it and present any more further research into it, because we're very few on the ground in terms of representations. We had to go to the water conference and support our achievements there. Tauranga actually won 2 out of the 4 categories that they went there, so we really stretched.
I'm going to need to start to bring this to a close. We're over the 10 minutes already, so if there were any closing remarks that you wanted to make.
Yeah, so we really stretched on resources and time. So as much as it may seem to be a conflict for us, it's always going to be a conflict for tangata whenua, no matter where we sit. And I really believe that you know, 50 should be reinstated for deliberations again, like to reiterate their point so that this could be discussed a bit further, because I haven't been to see the other presentations. I think it's important to have full complement of tangata whenua in the midst of all the other submissions that are presented to this panel. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou katoa.
Kia ora. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come along and present to us this morning. Thanks for the submission and also the presentation. You can certainly be very confident that all of the panel have looked at that in detail prior to the meeting. And thanks for your comments this morning, really as a reminder of the context in which we're working, the far wider environmental context and framework in which we're working, and certainly providing us with a very timely reminder of the natural environment that we're working in and that we're working with as we work through the work that we're doing in this hearings panel and finalising the strategy. So thank you very much indeed for the time taken, both putting the submission together and also presenting this morning. Kia ora. Thank you.
Oh, so there's no questions?
We're out of time for questions, unfortunately.
Oh,
Thank you.
I was only time myself for 7 minutes.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. So now inviting our next submitter to the table, Liz Stewart for Social Link. This is submissions number 77, which we can find on page 249. Julie has advised to let us know that she's not going to be here due to illness, unfortunately. Yeah. Good morning.
Kia ora koutou. Just to clarify, Social Link has 3 Liz's. I'm Liz Davies, this is Liz Stewart, and we left the other one at home. So thank you for allowing us to speak to our submission. I won't speak for too long. Hopefully that will leave some time for some partai and discussions. For those of you who do not know, Social Link supports, connects and empowers the not-for-profits in the Western Bay of Plenty. So we're like what Chamber of Commerce is for business, but we're it for community organisations. So much of this submission comes from the perspective of the substantial group of people in the Western Bay of Plenty who will not have the wealth to own or rent a house of their choice, and are likely to have limited financial means in general to have a secure and settled future. They are therefore very dependent on their needs being met in the smart growth strategy. So firstly, the vision. With respect, the current smart growth vision is Western Bay, a great place to live, learn, work and play, does not present as a vision reflecting contemporary and likely future aspirations. It focuses only on human expectations and activity, with no reference to how humans are part of the natural world and that our activity impacts on the climate, nature, wildlife and the general environment to their and our detriment. We acknowledge that the strategy seeks to address the 4 Local Government Act well-beings. However, we think the vision itself should be more in step with contemporary concerns such as sustainability, protection of the environment, equity, inclusiveness and health. Visions are important. They underpin the heart of our thinking, feeling and action. Words like livable, safe, sustainable, healthy, resilience, diverse, inclusive, equitable, vibrant, manaakitanga, kaitiakitanga are more contemporary and visionary. On to the purpose. So the stated purpose of this strategy is to provide the blueprint for delivering on a well-planned and well-functioning urban environment and wider sub-region. While we understand the strategy sets a high-level direction, in some ways the strategy may be overemphasising high-level broad challenges in comparison to what can be done. Many of its opportunities on page 40 are a high-level rhetorical statement, encouraging, creating, enhancing. It would be helpful to have more practical ideas, detail and examples on what and how things can be achieved, which in turn could help lead and focus direction. While the how-to options may be laid out in the implementation plan, we think some of the thinking about this would be helpful to lay out in the strategy. On to housing. Our submission goes into some detail about the types, tenures, and price points of housing that Social Link believes is required, particularly for older people, given the changing demographics of the population. I know you're all very familiar with this, so I won't repeat that here. Now, green space. With increased intensification, the importance of local green spaces becomes far more important, not to mention the environmental, mental health, and aesthetic benefits of green space. While there are large parks and many bushwalks outside of Tauranga, they rely on people having a car and that they can afford petrol. People living in areas of deprivation will in particular benefit from access to local parks and gardens, offering free recreation options and space, particularly important when many people in deprived areas live in overcrowded homes. As noted in our submission, Tauranga has significantly less space allocated to public gardens and parks than many other cities in New Zealand. Public gardens and parks are also an opportunity to improve food security with the creation of community gardens, fruit forests, and so on. So the need to significantly increase green spaces is critical to the creation of a livable and sustainable city. If you will humour me, while not mentioned in detail in Social Link's submission, I would like to talk to three other issues: social infrastructure, social impact, and community engagement. Social Link appreciates the inclusion of social infrastructure considerations in the draft strategy, given its importance in contributing to learning, recreation, and overall quality of life. Social Link advocates that urban planning should start with people, not pipes. For example, in an outer Melbourne growth area, planning started with social infrastructure such as schools, health services, libraries, parks, etc., with planning for housing, transport, and other physical infrastructure following social infrastructure. Given people living in low-income areas have less resources to access social infrastructure, it is recommended that an equitable approach is taken to the provision of social infrastructure. Rather than applying the same size-fits-all approach to levels of service for parks, libraries, and community centres, instead take into account the level of deprivation of communities. So low-income areas would benefit from more social infrastructure than high-income areas. Regarding social impact assessments, in 2022, via the now defunct Social Sector Forum, it was proposed that there remains a need for a social wellbeing lens to be applied to the implementation phase of SmartGrowth to ensure risks of social wellbeing are mitigated and to enhance the benefits of projects to impacted communities. Social impact assessments are a proven methodology that analyses, monitors, and manages the intended and unintended social consequences, both positive and negative, of planned interventions. It was proposed, and Social Link supports undertaking social impact assessments on projects that are likely to have significant risks and or opportunities to social wellbeing, and to monitor the implementation of social impact assessments. Lastly, community engagement. Social Link supports the need for genuine community engagement beyond public consultations on strategies and documents. I understand community engagement teams and the respective councils engage with communities on a project-by-project basis, which is important. However, hearing the voices of locals that have strong local networks, understand the local whenua, have some knowledge of council processes, and who aren't already represented at a senior management or leadership level, provides important, different perspectives to inform decisions. Decisions are improved when there is diversity evident amongst decision makers. So, ngā mihi nui, we welcome any pātai questions.
Thank you very much indeed. So moving to questions, Paul.
Yeah, well, firstly, thanks for an excellent submission. Liz and Liz. We've had many submissions in relation to having far better representation, community engagement. And so the question that the chair's been posing and that I'm going to pose now is, what does better look like for you? And you don't necessarily have to answer that today, but what would better actually look like? So, because that's I have to say, a recurring theme that we've heard, and I think I personally am very keen to see us look to try and address that. So what does it look like?
I'll be happy to give some thought to that and some suggestions. I mean, yeah, I understand the forums were perhaps, whilst giving diversity of voice, were potentially a little unwieldy, but they did provide a lot of value. And I do believe then it needs to be at that more senior leadership level. So not just advisory, so it's priority one are there, so they take the economic development. We have tangata whenua, so they have the cultural development. So what I suppose is missing in particular is the social and the environmental, when you look at the LGA well-beings. So I think you could argue that there is a case for representation of the social well-being lens along the lines of the social impact assessment, and similarly with the environment impact assessments. And I understand EnviroHub have made or are making a submission. So that would be thoughts.
Thank you. Bill.
Just on a similar theme, Liz, and again, something you may want to go away and think further about, but should the Smart Growth Partnership, in respect of, say, community engagement, connections, have a relationship with the likes of Social Link and EnviroHub, as just two examples, to actually assist with that communication from the partnership out, but also on particular issues, for example, Social Link gathering in that input and then feeding it back in. And then no doubt there are other things as part of that type of arrangement. So really just if there's the potential for a different way of achieving what some of the forums may have undertaken.
Absolutely, I think Social Link and EnviroHub could be a conduit between the sector and to smart growth. So we just need to be careful to ensure that we are credible in our representing the sector and that we have the support of the sector to do that justice.
Those pockets of deprivation in the sub-region, and there may need to be some high level of service or provision. And I think we talked about parks and open spaces. Do you see that as part of what's in the strategy, or is that more appropriate in your view in the implementation and funding plan, which is reviewed annually, which will also be connected, touch wood, well into LTPs and all of those things? So I'd just be interested in your views on that.
I think both and all, because strategy should then, the annual plans and the work plans and the budget should flow down from the vision. So I believe it needs to be at the vision, but it also needs to be in the plans and then reflected in the budgets. So I'd love to see a stronger emphasis on those people who are going to be, who are disadvantaged, are in low income communities, who are going to be impacted more by climate change and so on, that there is some recognition of that in the vision strategy and flowing down to the operations.
Just got one final question.
Yep, that's fine.
And on page, what would it be, the third page of your submission, and you highlighted it, be helpful, and on the top of that third page, helpful to have more practical ideas, detail and examples on what and how things can be achieved. Within the draft strategy, there are some various case studies. do you see that as a way of achieving what you have outlined in your submission?
Yeah, I think case studies of how practically, what do those high-level statements mean and how that could practically look on the ground gives more of an indication. High level, sometimes it can mean anything. So to actually see that on the ground, what that might look like, I think that's a good way of dealing with that.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No further questions. Thank you very much indeed for your submission and for coming along and sharing your thoughts with us this morning. Certainly some interesting information in there, and we appreciate you coming and sharing it with us. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you.
for your time.
So our next submitter, Christine Ralph, submission number 93, page 379. So Christine, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the table. And you have 10 minutes to make your submission to us this morning. If you wanted to leave some time for questions, that of course is your choice as well. Thank you.
Is that on?
Yep,
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I'm assuming obviously everyone has read my submission. I just want to talk about two key matters and reaffirm elements within that. The first one is I want to see greater detail in Part 4, the implementation and action section, and Part 5, funding and implementation. And secondly, I'm wanting to talk about staffing and organisational structure to monitor the success of housing provision in our area. So firstly, with regards to Part 4, the implementation section, there needs to be a breakdown of households by tenure, price point and typology to fit the demographics of each sector corridor. Now, your analysts, don't know why I do that, know the population projections. They know the age and income groupings. They can work out the tenure requirements, the price points, etc. They know what the private sector is capable of. They know what KO and the housing trusts do. It's usually about 8% of the market. So they can work out in quantum terms what should be in each sector. It should be in your strategy. That gives the public, particularly the housing providers, a clear idea of what the game plan is. So the real work for the councils is in working on that missing middle between what the private sector can do and what the social sector does. In Part 5, which is the funding and implementation plan, it needs to be more specific and not simply refer to the housing systems plan and the actions coming from priority development areas. I gave a whole lot of examples of what could be in that section, and it largely relates to doing things beyond simply zoning land, putting pipes in the ground, writing the rules and letting the market provide it. The councils need to be doing more. They need to be doing more collaboration and facilitation with developers, the material suppliers and the financiers and the bankers. Sometimes you need to be doing advocacy to central government on changing legislation or regulation to help the housing sector do its thing. Now, the detail of this is determined by a dedicated staff researching and discussing and analysing the challenges with your housing suppliers. As I said, you can't simply just zone the land and expect the market and central government to provide. You need that paradigm shift, and you really need to concentrate more on how that is to be met and stated in the strategy. You've said you want a paradigm shift in the strategy, but you're not saying how. So the second element I want to talk about to get real change is to have skilled staff in each council working in the housing sector, facilitating that change and analysing and advising the political wing on whatever could be done and should be done. I think the Housing Action Plan Working Group should continue, provided that 50% of the membership is actually housing providers working in the sector and not it be a group dominated by policy people from central and local government. You've actually got to reach out and work with the people that are taking the risk and making the investment. Finally, I believe you need to create a housing systems plan partner management group and an associated governance group to monitor progress. Housing is as important as transportation. You've decided you're going to have a transportation systems plan partner management group. Well, create a housing one as well. Housing and transportation are interrelated. Housing shortages affect employment and the economy. A lack of housing supply means fewer people and workers and impacts on the transportation linkages. They are interlinked. Now, priority one advised the councils of this back in 2008, and they established the Housing Affordability Forum. And here we are at 2023, and I don't think there's been any real change in the housing supply process in this region. We really aren't any further forward. Housing is crucial to our social, economic and cultural well-being. It is a priority like transportation. Please make a concerted effort to make a change so that we can get on with where the city should really be in this region. Thank you.
Thank you. And you've left us time for questions, which is great. Paula.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. An excellent submission. How long have you been involved with trying to actually get housing well and truly on the radar, etc.?
Since 2008.
Since 2008. Do you believe that you've made much progress?
I think we have raised awareness, and you now have a housing chapter in your strategy, which we were asking for in 2013. You have been listening, but you've got to just take more steps forward and be bolder. You can't rely on the private sector to take the financial risk and do it all for you. You need to help them. They need support. And I know that will come probably a bit difficult for some people, but that's the reality.
And can you just explain why the housing system plan needs to wait for the submissions on this process?
I'm not sure I'm saying that. I couldn't even find it. I don't know where it is. I don't know what it says. And if you're wanting to encourage the private sector to really perform, they need to know where their local government is leading them. So they needed to see it in print. So you can't refer to a plan outside the strategy that they will never find, like I can't. How can they be confident about what this region's going to be doing if they can't find the nuts and bolts? They're risking their businesses to try and build homes. And obviously they're building at the top end of the market where profit is better, but you need to help that market to shift into these other forms of housing where profitability is not the same. And there's a lot of structural things that could be changed in our housing system within New Zealand to help that.
Thank you. So just through you, Chair, if we could ask staff again if they could provide us some information in terms of the integration between Christine's submission and the housing system plan, please. That would be grateful. Thanks again. Excellent submission.
Thank you. You make the suggestion of a housing plan, housing system plan partner management group and housing system plan partner governance group. In the vision that you've got, or in the idea that you've put forward, who would you see sitting at the table as part of those groups, and what would you want those groups to focus on, and what would you want them to achieve in particular?
Well, having read the strategy, I'm assuming that the transportation one is made up of your senior management group, and therefore housing is treated in the same way. So it's top level management, working down in their various councils, getting staff accountable for performance to get real change. You've got to have a dedicated staff, and you've got to have management who support that and will lead that and say to the staff, it's okay to be doing that. This is your priority. Housing is a priority.
Yep. All right, thank you. Any further questions? Bill?
Most of them already covered, but the last one I have, it's really probably more of detail, Christine, but you talk about it in terms of the implementation section in part 4 being inadequate, but you're seeking that breakdown of tenure, typology, price points, etc. Would that type of information not be more appropriate to be in the funding and implementation plan, given that that's going to be on an annual cycle for review?
Not quite, in that the strategy needs to be doing these estimates in tranches, like immediate, defining these terms, immediate, medium and long term, so over the strategy, so that geographically the private sector can see where certain typologies and types of homes are expected. In addition, yes, you can break down, say, that short-term, next 5 years thing into annual, how we're going to achieve that in the next 5 years within that annual plan you're referring to. So it's a bit of both. I haven't had any discussions with anyone on what these plans are meant to be doing, but that's the logic that's suggested to me.
Thank you very much. No further questions? Thank you very much indeed for the submission and for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next submitter, Nathan Wansborough. So this is submission number 3 on page 7. So Nathan, thank you for joining us. 10 minutes to present your submission to us today, and if you wanted to leave some time for questions at the end, obviously you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name's Nathan. I am a quantity surveyor working in medium-sized commercial construction in Tauranga and the wider Te Moana Ātoe region. You could say that the built environment is a bit of a passion of mine. I hope you don't mind me using my phone for some notes that I've taken over the last few weeks in preparation. I know it's typical of my generation to rock up and pull out one of these. So I have only just entered the workforce in the last 2-3 years, but I've already been working on projects across the region, some industrial work in Tauriko, some community town centre work, retail and office spaces in Omokurua, and currently working on some residential retirement village apartments and amenities in Mowal in Narataki. So that's just a little bit about me, why I wanted to come and speak to you all today. Before I get into my thoughts on the Smart Growth Plan, I just wanted to recognise my position of privilege as someone who has had housing provided for them their whole life, and someone who is in the financial and physical position to be able to drive a car all around our city, which we all know is a massive leg up for myself. So I would like to say that if you haven't already, please make sure that the consultation is also open to the people living with disabilities, our elderly and our rangatahi, those people that rely on our public transportation services more than myself, as well as those facing housing insecurity as one of the main issues, of course, raised by Smart Growth. So to begin, I would like to thank all of you for all of your work on Smart Growth. I think it's a fantastic plan to change our mode share to away from cars towards our public transportation, our walking and biking. I'm sure none of you guys need a lecture on Jeff Speck's Smart Growth Manual, but just to reiterate his points around better wellness outcomes, better environmental outcomes, as well as better, safer streets for our rangatahi and our communities as a whole. So I have noticed the beginning of the Smart Growth Plan. Obviously, it's had predecessors back the last 10 plus years on Cameron Road specifically the separated biking, walking, multimodal pathways, phenomenally exciting, as well as the provision for bus stops that don't get in the way of the traffic flow like they do in some other parts of the city, specifically hailing from Popamore, some of our streets, quite narrow. Buses just park on the side of the road and you don't have that two-way flow of traffic. So just those little things are super exciting to notice and pick up all around the city, and I know that's a big part of the growth strategy, is bringing that to the different places around the region, to Popamore, Mokoroa, Tauriko, Judea, all of our suburbs around the city. And again, I know it is typical of someone of my age, my gender, my background to come here and say, but what if we did a little bit more? But I would like to stress the point that this is our 50-year Smart Growth Plan. Things that aren't being looked at now, such as rail, dedicated bus infrastructure, bus tunnels, bus bridges, that's completely separate from the car infrastructure. I haven't seen these anywhere in the plan, and that probably means that I won't get to see them in Moana Atoa in my lifetime, which is a bit of a downer for me. So I would really love to see things like, if we look over the ditch at Townsville, similar sort of population, much larger area of their region, up in North Queensland. They have rail that connects them to Cairns, 5 hours north. They have a rail that connects them to Brisbane, 15 hours to the south. And I would love to see some sort of provision or just the expression of interest in connecting our region by rail to the rest of the country, Wellington, Auckland, Hamilton, all of these other sectors where we see, which we see happening across the ditch and around the globe. Another example that I have brought to you is Salt Lake City in the United States. We know that the United States is dealing with this issue of car dependency. That's where Jeff Speck's work, I believe, is a lot focused on. They have a similar population to what Moana Atoa is projected, around that 200,000 in the main urban centre. They have 3 metro light rail lines that connect their city. I'd love to see rail transport just from our main 2 central business districts of Tauranga, Moana and Mowal, something like that put on the table, as well as I think we have a massive tourism opportunity, I suppose, for all of our festival goers around these summer months, connecting the likes of Popamore and Arataki and Mowal through that Ocean Beach corridor for something like a light rail line. That would be awesome to see suggested, brought up, anything like that. And of course, if we look to our friends over in Europe, they have been doing this for a lot longer than us, but a city like Breda in the Netherlands is of that sort of 200,000, 180 to 200,000 mark, to the southwest of the Netherlands. So it's not particularly connected to the main centres like Amsterdam and such, but they have train lines running to Amsterdam, to Belgium, down into Europe. And obviously the connections that they have in Europe are much greater than we have here in New Zealand, but just to see what's out there and what's possible, I'd love to see some commuter rail like what they have in Breda, just one or 2 lines that take us and connect us to the wider region and connect our city. And I'd just like to close by, I figure I may be speaking, preaching to the choir, but there's a lot of rhetoric out there that this plan and the endeavours such as the mode share changes on Cameron Road are somehow anti-car, and that people like myself don't understand what it actually takes to have to ease the congestion troubles that we're having throughout our city. That's not something I've really touched on, but changing the mode share is going to do that. When you look to the Netherlands, you look to Singapore, these are the best places in the world to drive because there are viable alternatives. And we need to provide these viable alternatives, like I'm saying, the specific bus and rail infrastructure for commuting, so that we can introduce things like the charges for the congestion charges. You can, but it's ineffective to introduce congestion charges when there's not a viable alternative. Our bus system at the moment is undercooked. It doesn't work great. I know as someone who in the last few years has had to rely on it quite a lot throughout my time in high school. It takes a couple of hours to get from across our town from Popmore to Tauriko. It takes a couple of hours on the bus. It's not a viable alternative when driving only takes at most 30 minutes on off-peak hours. So there's nothing about this plan to anyone that would think so that is anti-car. We want to make the roads a better place to a better way of travelling by introducing those more viable alternatives, by encouraging people to get out there and walk and bike and take advantage of those better health outcomes that Jeff talks about in the Smart Growth Manual. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You've left us a couple of minutes for questions.
Fantastic.
Are there any questions? Bill.
Just one comment. Thanks, Nathan. And some of those matters you've touched on, such as congestion pricing and all of that, I'm just making a suggestion here. You might want to look at the Tauranga City LPP, which closes for submissions Friday week, in terms of the council seeking comment on a variable road pricing initiative, among other things. So
is that the 10-year plan?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't worry, my submission is in.
Okay.
Excellent.
Just to touch on that, touchstone of that, what I meant to sort of bring up is also the incentives for developing, and I didn't really touch on the need for densification, but I'd really love to see in that 10-year plan, and I'll bring this to them as well, I'm sure, is some incentives to get that higher density residential built in our main centres, so that we can ease the housing, and it also plays so beautifully into the changing of the modal shifts. And more people in our main centres leads to more walking, biking, public transport use.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are a number of matters you've raised that clearly would be of interest to the City Council and to the Regional Council, but absolutely of interest to us as a panel here as we transcend some of the boundaries between those organisations. The challenge to do more and to do differently is always a good one, and thank you for bringing that to us here today. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Moving to our next submitter, Element IMF Limited, Sean Grace. This is submission 70 on page 202. Do we have Sean with us?
Yes.
Sean, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. And you've got 15 minutes for this submission today to use as you wish. Thank you.
All right. Kia ora koutou katoa. I just intend to be pretty brief here and just touch on a few of the points raised in the submission document. I won't go through verbatim. Really, it's the overarching purpose of putting the submission together was to provide support for the draft strategy. Now, Element IMF are the developer of the Tauriko business estate with stages 1 to 3, which are currently pretty much nearing completion. Stage 4, which is in the plan change stage at the moment. We're looking beyond that in terms of the strategy, which includes the upper belt area. So just indicating, I guess, support from that at a strategic level, because that provides the certainty around investment that the developers need moving forward. and that includes the future development strategy, which is embedded in the strategy itself. So just in terms of a couple of specific points of relief, if you will, there was one of the transport growth directives, that's within Chapter 8, that directs that there's an efficiency around the freight network, but that's quite targeted at the Port of Tauranga itself. So we've just suggested a wee amendment there to add in other key industrial nodes, just to provide that strategic level support for, I guess, the enabling of efficient freight network. There's some specific points around enabling critical infrastructure, both within the FDS itself and within the strategy. So we've provided support for those, and as they relate to primarily Tauriko West and the Tauriko network itself, as well as some of the other aligned infrastructure there. The one point we'd just like to raise, and SmartGrowth have raised it in the strategy itself, is just around the timing for the need for the Western Corridor transport improvements. So there's actually a footnote to one of the tables which states that the delivery of those Western Corridor improvements extends out to 2050. However, as noted by SmartGrowth in the strategy, we'd like that to be brought back to more of a medium-term horizon to align with the 2034, which is mentioned in the strategy itself. So just wanted to highlight that in particular. Other than that, we're really here just to provide support and answer any questions that the panel might have. So we'll, unless there was anything further, Grant or Bryce, you wanted to raise? No, we're certainly here to answer any questions, please, of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we've all obviously read your submission. Thanks for bringing the additional comments that you've made today. Thanks for leaving time for questions as well. Are there any questions? Bill.
Thanks, Sean. Just in terms of that, the timing suggestion, and to align with what the partners have suggested.
Yeah.
Is, in your view, the delivery in terms of that network connections infrastructure highlighted enough in the strategy, or should it be clearly outlined also as part of the funding and implementation plan, which will come to us at the same time? The partners will be asked next year to sign off on the strategy itself.
Yeah, good question. Look, I think the more certainty that can be built into the strategy itself around funding is going to be advantageous for the developers and all the other network infrastructure providers that are needed. So if those funding mechanisms can be confirmed within the strategy and with the dates actually locked in as per the partners' advice through the strategy, I think that's going to be beneficial for the community as well as the developers.
Thank you. Nothing further? All right. Thank you.
Can I just comment on that?
Please do. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I think in the strategy-wise, it is all quite clear and it all works quite well. I'm not sure that everyone understands just what that means on the ground. There's essentially nothing left at the moment. There's stuff that's unbuilt, but it's all sold and there's plans underway. Stage 4, which is before Tauranga City Council at the moment, comprises 92 hectares. Only about half of that, so 46 hectares, is enabled by the first stage of highway works. That 46 hectares will, even though we're in a quiet time at the moment, will almost certainly all be sold out when the first titles come out at the end of 26. So then there will be no infrastructure available to release any more for quite a significant period of time. What we're talking here is beyond
the whole 92. But yeah, just keeping that focus on that infrastructure, very, very important, I think. We're going to be, I mean, there's every chance that Tauriko Business Estate will be fully subscribed before there's a single house at Tauriko West, unfortunately, which is not ideal.
Thank you. Look, thanks very much indeed for taking the time to come along and present to us today, and for your written submission as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're running a little bit early now. Our next submitter, Pauline Bennett for the National Council of Women, and Pauline doesn't appear to be here as yet. Ah, right, okay, great, excellent. All right, so this then is submission number 57 on page 145, and there are 15 minutes set aside for this submission. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity on behalf of the National Council of Women. I'm representing Pauline Bennett, who is unable to be here today, and also representing Trish Hanlon, under whose name the submission was submitted. But before I begin, I want to note that I was under rather some pressure yesterday with the happenings that had occurred. But I also want to acknowledge today that I feel very strongly also about our tangata whenua. I wish to acknowledge the events that are taking place today, and I feel sad that our people feel the need. My heart is with tangata whenua in their need to give voice to the issues of the day.
So, Carol, thank you for those opening remarks. Good to have you back with us again today. Welcome back to the table. Thank you.
I wish to, on behalf of National Council of Women, to note that they've been involved since the inception of SmartGrowth, and many of you, such as Craig and Bill and Paula, will remember Joy Drayton was the representative at Strategic Partners, and she was also a member of the Social Sector Forum and was diligent in her attention until the last. She was followed by Trish Hanlon, and then more recently Pauline Bennett. So Pauline was unable to be here today, and I'm speaking as a member of their committee today. The National Council of Women, as Pauline would have said, has a long history of input into government policy. It is a really historical, long-standing organisation that has significant mana and capability. So the local group has been active and contributes almost daily to the policy platforms of government, and is a busy little group. Similar to other organisations, NCW has a focus on social policy and in particular the rights of women and children. And under that banner, it helped establish, or took the leadership to establish, the UN Decade of Healthy Ageing. The purpose of this submission, however, is to highlight the focus for community infrastructure as part of the SmartGrowth strategy. We're all aware of the effort under UFTI for transport corridors, but it's timely to now refocus towards livable communities. We need to ensure that the lives of our people, or the opportunity for a quality of life, is available for all. And NCW recognises that a lot of the efforts of SmartGrowth have been aligned to government policy and funding opportunities that arise, and no doubt there will be more over the next period or otherwise. But within that context, we have to recognise the lives of our women and children in communities, of all of our people. So of course, when we speak about women and children, we're talking about families and elders and everyone. So we're seeking a smart, sustainable and inclusive limit to growth. Because growth costs. You're the first to acknowledge that growth does not pay for growth. So somebody has to pay. So we need a 21st century urban agenda that recognises our demographic profiles, that recognises tangata whenua, that recognises our ageing population. I wish to commend on behalf of NCW that the UN Decade Action Areas are very relevant to smart growth. And it was for that reason that I noted the points yesterday and thank you for the response to that. We support a greater understanding of the population change as a key challenge and seek to include more detail on it in regard to a strategic approach. And I'm speaking to page 2 of the submission. Who our people are now, and to do better in terms of disaggregating data and producing data in ways that the people can read it. Conglomerates of numbers on a page just do not do it. So if we want to be inclusive of our communities, let's make it more readable. Let's make it discernible in everyday ways. And how our infrastructure can best serve the diverse needs of older people trying to age in their communities. The day of the big retirement village conglomerate is nearly over, thank goodness. And so we can't be reliant on the fact when we look at our housing data that supplies our housing needs, because it has destructive means on our communities. It is not good enough that our elders are separated. And so we wish to give attention to the government policies, because NCW is active in those. The government has 2 key policies that we wish to commend to you. Under the Ministry of Social Development and the Office for Seniors, there is a Better Later Life strategy, which is very informative, and an age-friendly urban places guide that was specifically written for local government. Age-friendly urban places guide. Both are available under MSD. Further to that point, and just reiterating the value of the decade, I just want to note that the decade as a global initiative has a very worthy set of principles, and they're attached to the submission. Please do have a look at those, because they're a further guide to the social impact aspect of our work, which will enable well-being, which is the purpose of the whole business. So NCW would like to continue to have a relationship with SmartGrowth, however that evolves. We're very keen as an organisation to take an active part in the planning of our sub-region.
Thank you very much. So thanks for the written submission. Thanks for your comments today. You've left us some time for questions. I certainly also made a note of those 2 documents that you talked about, and I'm sure they'll both be of interest. Are there questions? Paula?
Yeah, and thanks, Carol. And we do recognise that yesterday, was a very difficult day for you. So we do recognise that. Notwithstanding that, you made a very good submission. And you'll be pleased to know that a number of other submitters have drawn our attention to the demographics and to the ageing population of this place. My question, Carol, and it relates to other submitters that we've heard as well, is the concern that with the demise of the forums, the connection with our community voices are not being heard as they should. So the challenge or the question that we're putting out there is, how can we do better in that space so that the voices of our communities can be heard and connected into such processes this better. So that's really just a big question.
It's a big question.
Yeah, and please don't feel you have to answer that today, but I think it's fair to say the panel's heard that message loud and clear, and we're just keen on how that might shape up going forward. So don't feel you have to give an answer today, but maybe think about that.
Thank you for the question, and I do think it needs deliberation. I think there's room for the initial discussion to discuss it. Because I think we could take a more specific tailored approach to the work and the discussion of the day. There could be groups of people that are gathered specific to particular aspects of the work, so that we're really gathering the wisdom of the community. I can't help but notice as I came in the door and I listened to people yesterday, how dedicated the set of people that have been involved in the forums, and Bill, you know them well, who have come back in this round to continue their relationship and give their thoughts and considerations to the process. That's 20 years on. That's 20 years on. And it touches my heart that those people are that dedicated. And you know, it's so honourable. So honourable.
There are certainly some questions for us around how the forums were previously working, what you would replicate, what you would do differently, and how you can best capture the passion and the knowledge of the community. And that's what we've heard loud and clear, as Paula has said, from a number of submitters. So it's certainly one of the themes that's come through the last couple of days for us.
I think an invitation to discuss the question would be helpful.
Thank you. Bill.
Carol.
Sorry, Bill.
That's all right. Yeah,
you don't escape that easily.
Yeah. Yeah, and thanks for the presentation, Carol. I just wanted to tease out a bit, and you've been in the space a very long time in terms of demographic change, elders, what's happening in that sub-region. I went to which no doubt you're familiar with, a presentation that Paul Spooner gave, must have been 10 days ago. And obviously he talked about
Same stuff.
That same stuff, but also picking up in terms of, which was interesting, the changes in ethnicity over the life, essentially in the next 30 odd years, and other matters related to demographics in respect of the sub-regional population. I'm just interested whether you feel, and then I looked at what is in the actual draft strategy, which talks about some of those matters at a point in time. I'm wondering from your perspective whether the strategy has enough regard or enough reference or acknowledgement of the changes, say, from now out 30 or 40 or 50 years?
Thank you for the question. No, what I find is that there's a reference to the topic, like the introductory paragraph kindly now says, I'm sorry, I'm being cynical. It kindly says, oh, we have an ageing population. Oh, but we'll include tangata whenua and Pacifica. But it doesn't unpack. It doesn't say, then go into what that means. So I think as a broad answer to your question, we don't do well enough on social impact. And it's the missing flavour as to how we embrace our cultural values, both in terms of our region, both in terms of our people, and where we want to go together. You know, building on the theme that I used yesterday, I really think that that the growth factor has such huge impacts on future generations. We're 1/3 of our population is on limited, a section of them are on limited incomes. And then we have youthful Māori families. How can they sustain growth? How can they bear the cost? And it's a national and international issue. And so people are escaping cities all over the world. I listened to the most lovely interview in a documentary, and I did reference a number of people to it, from the Mayor of Lisbon, who was creating a new opportunity for the millennials who feel displaced. Here is a bunch of well-educated, able, thinking, caring about the planet set of people that we need to harness. And the Mayor of Lisbon took that whole sector of displaced, multi-university talented, multi-degreed set of people. I have some grandsons like that, and you may too. And where is their place? And so he decided to set up Lisbon as a centre in Europe for AI with a humanitarian focus. But what did he say he was going to do first in setting up his what's called a unicorn project? He said, I will make sure that all of our people have homes first. We will have social justice first as part of our endeavour. And that's because social cohesion is so important. That's why I sit here today and why I've been constant about how we embrace our people. And so we have to do better, Bill. Thank you for your question about social impact. And I've spent years trying to get Pacific leaders to these forums, and I ring them up. I ring the one or two who give leadership and say, can you come today? We've got a meeting on this and that. And they say, yes, I'll come. But they can't, because the capacity for all of what they're trying to do is so great. And it's the same for our tangata whenua. So yes, we mean well, and we try to do well, and SmartGrowth is trying hard. And I think it's a great vehicle for cohesion, despite the difficulties that the three councils have over that very big process. So let's stay with it. Let's keep trying. And thank you for the question, because it is important.
On the first page of the National Council of Women submission, the third paragraph talks about highlighting the urgency for more focus on the development of community infrastructure to enable independence, dignity, etc. So I just wanted to perhaps unpack what was meant by, or how you see that greater focus on the development of community infrastructure. And is that through, in particular, more acknowledgement in the strategy, or is that then requiring through the strategy that the partners have some of that focus? I'm just wanting to get a...
Thank you.
And then just might save me coming back, and then yesterday you referenced urban planning models such as Madrid Square, and I'd just be grateful if you can provide that reference. Not necessarily today, but back into the team.
The Madrid Square is known to urban planners and things as a model for intensification that has a darling little park in the middle so people connect with each other and all that kind of thing. But coming back to the beginning of your question, yes, we've been through the UFTI process, as I mentioned, and it created connected centres. But connected centres aren't necessarily communities with amenity, unless we focus on doing that. And so the strategy needs to be clear that that's where we intend to go, if we intend to go there, because how can we not? So we're really coming back to the 15 or 20-minute, what I call, and what's called now internationally, the hyperlocal community model. And so how, if we don't embrace that fully as our desired goal, not long-term, but desired goal, as a living environment for people, because it ticks off sustainability, because it ticks off community care and well-being and access to essential amenities and all of those things, then we're staying with roads as connectors, which is insufficient as an urban planning model. And so I really want to challenge how we use, and your question leads to this, Bill, that in the strategy, connected centres are seen as the ultimate, and then somehow there's some language about community amenities or 15-minute communities. But in fact, we don't have excuse the pun, a roadway to get there. And that's why I spoke to the fact that a lot of work is driven by government funding. And so we actually have to unpeel back and say, how can we get there, and do we need to be better advocates to government? We've got government at the table. We've got to say we want livable communities so that our people can be happy and well. And I spoke only briefly yesterday to the relationship with the health system. The health system is under huge stress. And I'm working with them on a couple of innovative projects. And it all unpeels back to the capacity of communities to care. So we've got an erosion of our not-for-profits because the volunteer sector can't afford to do what it's been doing. And so with the ageing of the population, we've got on one hand more demand, and on the other hand, we've got little capacity. And so strengthening communities is a significant step in the sustainability and well-being, which is really what we're on about. So, so thank you for the question, and I could spend a lot of time on it, but I hope that's sufficient.
Thanks, Carol.
Carol, thanks very much indeed for your time yesterday and today, and once again appreciating and acknowledging the work that you do and have done, and the particular challenging situation you found yourself in yesterday as well. We appreciate the time that you've taken and the thoughts that you've shared. Thank you. So that now brings us to the lunch break. So it's now just after, it's almost 12:15. We'll break for lunch until 1:15. So I'll adjourn now until 1:15, where we'll come back for the final set of submissions. So adjourn till 1:15. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to 1:15. So into the last session of our submissions for the 2 days, the last session of hearings for the 2 days. So next is Blue Haven Group. Welcome to the table. And this is submission number 90, which we can find on page 353. And please to set half an hour aside for this one to use as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kia ora anō. Good to see most of you again today. I had such a fun time yesterday, I thought I'd come back. Just for absolute, for formal processes, I suppose, my name's Nathan York. I'm the Chief Executive for Blue Haven Group, and I'm presenting on the submission prepared by Brian Pearing of Kaitiaki Property. I won't need half an hour, but I'm happy to enjoy your company if so required. So in essence, our submission, or our Blue Haven submission, is ultimately to more clearly define the supporting commentary around the smart growth strategy, which we do support in its general terms. Where we are looking for consistency is through the alignment with the UFD reporting and also the recent planning directions from central government. And the key issues are largely around the connected centres network. I'll probably start off by just a bit of backstory and just wanted to make the point that the Sands, or the Wairakei Town Centre, as it's kind of known in the planning circles, is the only major centre for Wairakei and the Tutumu growth areas, but it's also the only sub-regional catchment centre for the Smart Growth Eastern Corridor, which includes Tauranga and Western Bay. So that's already enshrined, particularly in the Tauranga Urban Strategy, its city plan, and the relevant planning documents referenced under paragraph 1 there. What ultimately we are seeking as the government, central government requires, is with the alignment of the national planning standards definitions, we are seeking that the Sands be defined as a metropolitan centre. Clearly, through the variety of uses that we have now achieved consent for, which is over 232,000 square metres of mixed use activity, our centre best attributes, our centre's attributes are best aligned to the metropolitan centre zone, and particularly given the breadth and depth of the uses and the sub-regional catchment that it can provide for. We are well underway with the development ourselves. We've done the consenting, so we've got all our land use consents. We have done all our major earthworks. We have done a lot of the infrastructure and roading surrounding the centre, and as we understand it, the Papamore East interchange is going through its final approval process to award that contract to the relevant contractor. And we've actually started our vertical construction with our first 2 stages underway. So we are well and truly into the development itself. Given smart growth is a higher order planning framework, we hope that smart growth signals that the Wairakei Sands Town Centre should be referred to as a metropolitan centre zone going forward. I think what's really important as a subsequent work stream from that process is the centre's review that is coming, not sure exactly when, particularly with the Tauranga Centre's review, which is a really, really important process that needs to happen to verify and to validate what we're suggesting here today. It's also a continuation of the network approach that Smart Growth has undertaken. I heard a little bit of discussion yesterday about some of the, I'll call it community facilities that were also being proposed as a connected network approach. This commercial centre is exactly the same. And I think both of those elements are very important for the Smart Growth strategy. That's in essence my submission, and happy to take any questions or any questions from Bill for yesterday, if you have any pending questions that might have arisen from yesterday that you weren't able to ask. It's me, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you very much indeed, very clear. And yeah, thanks for leaving plenty of time for questions. So are there any questions? Bill.
Thanks, Nathan. This morning we heard from the crossing in terms of, in a similar request in terms of becoming a metropolitan centre. So I'm noting that the City Council undertaking a review of its commercial centres, and probably my view, it needs to be a sub-regional review, not just focused in terms of within the magical TA boundaries. But putting that aside for a moment, I wonder though whether, if we acceded to your request now, whether that's putting the cart before the horse in terms of potentially Sands being a centre, potentially at the crossing, a metropolitan centre, before, in my view, that sub-regional commercial centres hierarchy, or whatever we want to call it, work is undertaken. Because if something's in place, it's always much harder to change or to withdraw if there were subsequent work undertaking. So I'd just be interested in your view around that. So at least I've provided the opportunity for both you and also earlier on today in terms of the crossing to put forward their view on the same matter.
I suppose there's probably two parts to the answer. The first part is, I believe, the breadth and depth of scale of land uses that the Sands has consented is far in excess of the scale that is contemplated with the crossing itself. So our mixed uses include retail, commercial offices, other commercial areas, medical, leisure, civic, and hotels. That's the extent of our land use. So I think the breadth of that land use is a really important point to acknowledge. In terms of your point around the future, smart growth is a 50-year strategy. You don't define the strategy once you get there. You define the strategy to create a line of sight or a line of direction to achieve the strategy. So it's important to have that recognition now while we work towards the completion of the Sands itself. Notwithstanding, we have already started, and the extent of consenting, earthworks, infrastructure, and now vertical construction with 2 stages underway, we're on it. Added to that, there's also been the commitment by the TCC in particular around the Papamoa East interchange. They are not investing into the interchange without the Sands in the town centre occurring.
So just teasing that out a bit further, just being clear on how you see the differentiation between the Sands and the crossing, and essentially in terms of the breadth of land use and the scale of what's already consented, and the commitment in terms of the infrastructure such as the PEI. Are they the distinguishing characteristics from, say, the crossing?
Ultimately, I think that that's the case. Added to that, though, we are in the Eastern Corridor location and the sole sub-regional centre defined as part of the Smart Growth and TCC City Plan. So we're already defined as the sub-regional centre. So there is no other centres contemplated in the Eastern Corridor, whereas if you have a look at the crossing, there is obviously some proximity to both city, or the CBD, and to a lesser extent, Bethlehem.
Okay. No, thank you for that.
Thank you. Anything further? Nothing further. Indeed, thank you very much indeed, Nathan. Thanks very much. Thank you. All right, so turning to our list of submitters, We've got submission number 34 or 35, Jason Lowe, yet to confirm. We're not expecting Jason joining us, is that correct? Okay, there's a question as to whether we adjourn until 1:45 to allow for that. There's a question as to whether we adjourn till 1:45 to allow that submission to be heard, if indeed the person does come along, and that would seem to be the fairest outcome, given that we don't definitely know, for all they haven't confirmed, we don't know that that person is not coming. So why don't we adjourn until either 1:45 or until the submitter arrives? If nobody has arrived at 1:45, then we'll move into that half hour or so of discussion that we're going to have after the hearings. So I'll now adjourn the meeting either until, well, in fact, why don't I just adjourn till 1:45 so that we hear that submission on time, or we don't hear it, and then we move into our time of reflection after that. So I'll adjourn till 1:45. Thank you.
Why can't you just start the reflections now? And when he turns up,
To interrupt the reflections partway through, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, no, let's do it that way.
That Diaz Hickey made earlier on today, where he suggested that for the
All right, so we're at 1:45, and our possibly expected final submitter hasn't arrived. So we'll assume, given that there was no previous contact, that contribution to the hearings won't be taking place. So that now means that we can consider the hearings part of our meeting complete, and it would be right for me to, particularly for the benefit of people watching online or looking at this recording afterwards, to thank everyone for their participation, to thank all of the people that have taken of their time to come and talk to us over the last 2 days. And there'll be a period of reflection which will follow now, and each of the hearings panel members will have the opportunity to reflect on what we've heard, and to reflect on further work and further discussion that we will want to happen between now and the final decision-making process. So the steps from here, obviously this meeting closes. That leads to what I expect to be a reasonable amount of work for our staff and for the support staff and the chapter leads to be doing as a result of what we and they have heard during this hearings process. Then early next year, we've got workshops, and then we've got the meeting of the Smart Growth Leadership Group, which is where we'll be making our decisions on the final Smart Growth strategy, and I've indicated earlier that there may well be some changes between the draft and the final strategy as we adopt it next year, and then that will go to partners for ratification through their own decision-making processes. So as I said when these hearings opened, this is just one stage in a far bigger decision-making process, albeit an important one. So thanks again to everyone who has written submissions and sent them in, and to everyone who's come along to speak to their submissions over the last 2 days. I think it's fair to say we've found it a very valuable experience, and we've heard some really interesting and really